So, good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nag, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Did you see that flash of the game?
Yeah.
That was weird. Why did they do that?
It's because she's angry. It's emphasizing that.
No, it looked like a weird, like graphics bug real quick. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed to into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. Who is? Hello, Edgeworth.
Ed.
That's me. Ed. Edgeworth. He's Ed.
I
He's
just
Ed
like
now.
calling him Ed.
Ed. Hey, Ed, what's up? What's Iris doing over there?
She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Today's testimony?
You heard me. Iris is going to testify as a witness for the prosecution.
Wait, what?
The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard.
Oh, Godot's trying to finish this early, isn't he? Wait. No, it's definitely not Franziska, right? Franziska von Karma. What are you up to?
I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
Yeah, I figured.
The gay
What?
telepathy.
Then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot?
Godot.
Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those strict locks.
trying to save her girlfriend.
Yeah. With the headman's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours.
It's still like... You know, the head nun wouldn't be able to do that if, you know, she didn't have, like, Kurine channeling, right?
No, you don't have to have channeling, you just need to have, like, been raised at the temple.
Is that right?
It's, like, part of their, like, training.
Okay.
I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon.
Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You don't have to tell me that.
Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally.
What?
And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Oh my god, that's so gay. That's so very gay. Thanks. Gay, homosexual, gay. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye, and the impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Hell yeah, dude. We do it.
You're filled with determination.
Yeah. Hey, it's the judge. Oh yeah, I'm voicing the judge, aren't I?
Yeah,
Fuck.
you sure are.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen him.
It has been.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh, he literally did, huh? He literally passed his cold on to someone else.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Didn't we already know that?
I mean, I told you that, but
Oh,
never
yeah, I guess that's
actually
true.
said that, right?
Yeah, that's true. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
You know, some of the things that Godot says start to make a lot more sense with the additional context, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart.
Oh, fuck off.
Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant? Well, that doesn't look too good. Iris, why didn't you discuss this with me first? That's a good question. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Hey, Iris, what's up?
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. Oh. What? Huh.
You did just what really well.
Do I?
Yeah.
Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Yeah. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder.
Hey, Godot, what does that mean?
I don't think he knows what that means.
I don't think he knows what that means.
Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
I like how often he rhymes. It's very cute. Oh, that Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Into a pocket. Can I look at it?
No, it's gone forever.
I'm not allowed to look at it. Which testimony?
It was just the one that said that she never left her room.
Oh, the old testimony. I see.
Yeah. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your action?
Iris was covering for someone? Ugh. No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurine tradition. Which Phoenix should probably be reacting to, actually. But he's not. One of our missions is to protect the main family. But that runs in direct conflict with what Bikini said, doesn't it? Bikini literally said that as long as there's a branch family, They will try to destroy the main family.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is, but officially, their role is to protect the main family.
That is their official role, but... Okay, I see. Right, because, you know what, I guess it's probably not in the rules that the branch family has to destroy the main family.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurine channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Wait, is she doing this to protect Maya? What? Huh? What? Yeah, same Phoenix. Huh? So you locked Maya in a cave with completely frigid temperatures to save her?
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
She's naming Maya? Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. Oh. So she's implicating Maya?
Yep.
Great. Good. That's fantastic. I love that. Hey, Iris, you're not in my good books right now. I am terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Bullshit. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. But I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh, it just dawned on me that you said there's going to be still some twists left in store for us, huh?
Absolutely. You think we're going to get to the end of this without there being at least a couple twists?
Are they good twists?
I think so.
Okay. Alright, let's read this. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. Okay, so, like, would pointing out who Elise is be, like, sufficient contradictory evidence?
You can give it a try.
So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. Oh, no. No way. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instinct of a true criminal.
Is murder in self-defense, like, still bad?
It's manslaughter. You can still serve time for it.
Yeah, that's true. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. Oh, yeah, that's true. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. That wasn't established in court, though. That was established during the investigation, and who knows how much that's gonna stand up in court. We're probably gonna have to fucking prove that. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all but also, didn't Phoenix literally crumple up her fucking testimony?
The testimony that said she was at her room all night, yeah.
But she said that she did not go to the inner temple, so how would that hold up any more than her testimony saying that she was in her room the whole time?
That's why she crumpled it up, because there's too much hearsay involved now. Like, you can't take that as, like, your ironclad testimony, especially if she's changing her story now. Like, you can't be like, oh, well, earlier you said this, and she's like, well, I was lying. Like, it doesn't serve as evidence anymore.
Yeah, so, like, we can't prove this as a contradiction. But Phoenix just brought it up.
Because, like, all she has to say is, well, I was lying before, and I'm telling the truth now.
Yeah. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. And we can't possibly prove that the staff was there, or wasn't there, at this time, right? Because the staff could have
Yeah.
also been moved with the body. Well, Mr. Kamaya was still stumbling. Mr.
I mean, if you want to try your contradiction that you had before, you can try that.
Yeah. Would that work? Yes. Yes, it will. At least Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No! Not Mystic Misty Fey! Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Kurine channeling technique. She is also... the mother of Maya Fey. Ah, are you serious? This is getting really complicated, Phoenix. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great Mystic Misty? Yes. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter, one that she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Yeah.
He has... he took damage there. Order in the court. There's no doubt about it. This certainly is odd. I find it difficult to believe that a mother would try to kill her own daughter. Alright, yeah, sure.
Ah. If it turns out that I'm wrong about this, I'll quit my day job and open up a coffee house. I'd like to believe that domestic violence cases like these never occur, but unfortunately, they're all too common.
Thank you, Godot. I was literally going to say that, and now I don't have to.
That's why people drink bitter coffee, you know.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what? What does that mean?
I guess they drink bitter coffee to drown their sorrows.
Yeah, but wouldn't they... like... the more common trope there would be alcohol, right?
Yeah, but if he doesn't drink alcohol,
He drinks coffee.
his gimmick is coffee.
But that's the opposite of alcohol.
Are you sure?
Caffeine is a stimulant, alcohol is a depressant. Is that right? That's right?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on drugs.
Why are you making me sound like I am? People drink bitter coffee because the world sucks. But okay, here's the thing. If I was in a really bad mood, I don't think I would turn to bitter coffee to lighten my mood. I would in fact probably get like the sweetest gayest drink at like a Starbucks that I could get, right? But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just because I have a sweet tooth. Like,
I think you're interrogating his gimmick a bit too much.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably not meant to mean anything, huh? Like he
Yeah,
just
he is
just
coffee,
said
man.
that. He just said that, and it doesn't mean anything. I'm just like this, just like so many things that Godot says. Irish coffee? I would also have an Irish coffee. Yeah, Irish coffee's really good. Why is this not an evil Luka stream? No, never mind. What? You brought to light a very interesting fact, Mr. Wright. This can't be an evil Luka stream. I have to keep my wits about me. But I must agree with the prosecution that domestic violence is not all that rare. You don't mean... The fact that they were mother and daughter doesn't itself disprove the witness's claims. I think it would be best if we return to the testimony at hand.
They had an entire dialogue branch just to throw out that idea.
Yeah. So that was nothing.
Yeah, it just shows that the developers foresaw that people would present that and made an entire like extended scene just to explain why that's not.
They saw me coming. They predicted me. They were like, "Oh yeah, this bitch, she's gonna present this."
There are a few instances like that too in the other games.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, I think there were. I mean, there's been a few just in this case.
Yeah.
Where like you'll present something and then the fucking witness will be like, oh yeah, that doesn't matter. What the fuck are you talking about? And then it'll just not amount to anything. Which is annoying, but whatever. Somehow, it looks like I'm gonna have to find another contradiction in her testimony. Something more conclusive than this. Okay.
Alright, time to get pressing.
Yeah. We didn't find the murder weapon. Oh, no, we did. Oh, yeah, this also doesn't make sense with the autopsy, right? Because if she died from being stabbed and, like, she's the only one that knows that her staff is a sword, how would she have gotten stabbed, right? But then I guess the obvious counter to that is, yeah, Misty unsheathed it to attack Maya, right?
Yeah.
And then Maya took it from her. Which means...
I think you need to
press
press a bit
this.
more, yeah.
Because if she says something specific about how Misty struck Maya with her staff, that might be... we might get something there. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean, Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Oh, why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
So this sounds like bullcrap. I don't know enough about knives to disprove it.
Yeah. What happened after that? So I will say, what's interesting about Iris as a witness is that she's playing things almost identically to how Dahlia played things, right? Like she's playing the super
I was frightened to
soft girl persona, which makes me curious about Iris can't channel.
No.
But could this not be Iris? Because, like, if it was... oh, no, we saw Pearl.
Yeah.
We have not seen Maya, but I feel like a lot more of Maya's features would be visible. Like her hair would be black, right? Because, like, Mia's hair is black when Maya channels Mia.
Yeah, but, like, Iris's hair is black.
Are we looking at the same character?
I think that looks black to me. I don't know, maybe I'm colorblind.
No, it's brown. It's like the same color as Pearl's hair. Do you think
no, Pearl's hair is like sandy brown. It's like a dark black color to me.
No, it's pretty...
Like, it looks the same color as Elisa's hair.
Oh.
Or Misty's hair.
No. No, Iris's hair has more saturation. Like, Elisa's hair is obviously, like, zero saturation. It's black, and then, like, the white and gray is, like, shading. But Elisa's... fuck. Iris, the names are so similar. Iris's hair clearly has some saturation, and it's, like, a dark, kind of, like, muddy brown. Which is not quite like Pearl's, I will admit. Pearl's is definitely more of like a vibrant brown, not like a dull brown. But also, hold on, let's look up what does Iris's original sprite look like? Because that might be a deciding factor here too.
I'll look it up. I don't want you to find any spoilers or whatever.
Hold on. It'll be fine. So I'm just gonna look at images. Oh no, yeah, the original sprite art, her hair is like totally actually black.
Yeah.
Why is it like a brown in this? That seems...
Some of the HD, like, quote-unquote sprites are a bit weird, because they didn't just, like, redraw them. They literally just scanned in the individual frames from the art book.
So, like, I guess the art book probably fucked up her hair color?
Or it was based on, like, an earlier concept, and when they were making the sprite, they decided to darken it or something.
That's almost sort of frustrating, because that could lead you to not... Like, that could make... Like, you could just, like, not interpret things correctly, or, like, possibly not develop some theories because of the way she looks. Like, with her hair being black, it is entirely possible that, like, Maya is channeling Dahlia, right? But, like, with her hair being kind of a brown, it becomes less convincing. Not that I'm saying that's absolutely the case, but it's a possibility based on how similar Iris is acting to Dahlia. But also, they are twins, but also...
Yeah, she is her sister's sister.
Yeah. I mean, let's... It would be really fucking boring if, like... Surprise, Iris is also evil. Because the moment you see her, you're like, oh, this is some shit. She's done some shit, right? But then again, maybe it's like a twist on a twist. Where, like, as you progress through the case, you're like, oh, okay, maybe she's good. But ha! She's actually bad. It's like the Last Jedi. Okay, so she didn't add anything new to that testimony there.
Yeah, maybe press the next one after that.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. She wouldn't need that. A dagger, huh? And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly.
Look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Phoenix is like, what are you talking about?
Like, what?
How do you even get in that situation? He pours up a mug of
Yeah, he has like a
Worcestershire
mug
sauce.
of he has a mug of like Worcestershire sauce, and forgot about it and thought it was coffee. I would say that Dempsey is now evil.
What's your day life like?
Dolphins are rapists, Needle, so dolphins are evil. Like, that's, but I mean, I guess they can't comprehend the concepts of good and evil.
You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy.
Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yes, absolutely. She wouldn't need to pull out a dagger. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Oh.
Okay, now let's continue.
Okay, so she wouldn't need to. She wouldn't have to. She has a blade in her staff. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. I mean, that thing looked pretty fucking heavy, so you could obviously bludgeon somebody with it. Also, there's blood on the... Oh yeah, we haven't really solved that yet, have we? Why does that have blood on it? Oh, because that was probably on the staff when she was murdered. Yeah, that makes sense. Whoa. So that would actually prove that she did have the staff while she was being murdered in the garden. Maybe? But
Maybe.
I guess we can't really prove where that blood came from and when, right?
Yeah.
Or from who. I guess they could do a blood test on it. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Stoneman really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger, or even a bladed weapon at all, because, again, you can bludgeon somebody to death with a blunt object.
Death by bonking.
Yeah. Like, literally, Mia was killed with blunt force trauma to the head. We have established precedent already in this series. Not when she already had.
Berry.
What?
So did Russell Berry. He also got bonked on the head by a big statue.
I was trying. I repressed so much of Big Top that I had no idea who that was. I was like, who? I don't know who that was. Oh. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing this witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Oh, so they didn't expect you to present that first.
And not necessarily. If you didn't present that first, this is the point at which the judge asks you, like, why doesn't this make sense that she would attack her?
Oh. So we just skipped a step then.
Yeah, you close the loop.
Oh, cool. I like that. That's fun. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. You're right, Raven. Redemption is different.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing.
Hold on. Shaw got back to me.
Oh, what are they saying?
They said, we can confirm that we had issues in the blank area earlier today, but those issues have since been resolved. They want my full address. I always hate doing this in Twitter DMs. When they ask for full address, that includes postal code, right?
I think so.
Yes. What is this one little impossible thing?
Ah, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Could you get to your point?
I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
Jesus Christ, dude, you're gonna die at a young age. Wait. You already did, didn't you? Oh, that's goofy. Oh my god, and the judge said the same thing! You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate into the scene of the crime.
Oh my, please don't tell me you told Godot.
And he discovered this little beauty.
Oh. Well? Fuck. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be strawberry jam on it. Or is that blood? It's hard to tell. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Oh my god, now Mina,
Yeah?
was there a chance that I could have found that?
No.
Okay. I was like, I really hope this isn't the game calling me a sloppy investigator. That would hurt my feelings a lot. Huh? The pine tree.
The day you were stuck in the backside of the pine tree.
Is that the kind of tree that is?
It's like a bonsai to me.
That does, yeah, that doesn't look like a pine tree to me. Though, I guess when I think of pine trees, I think of like Douglas fir.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple different kinds of pine.
Do they have pine trees in Japan?
I'll look it up. Pine trees, Japan? 4 question marks?
I thought most of the trees in Japan were deciduous.
Oh no, that's right. There is a type of pine called black pine that looks exactly like that. Well, the more you know.
Okay, cool.
Well,
We
I'll
learned
post a picture of
something.
it.
I want to see it. Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see this cool tree.
I'm sending it to you.
Does it look cool?
Yes, brainwave power activate. Yo.
Yo. What is there like bamboo they wrapped around the
I think
around
so,
the
yeah.
base? Why would they do that? I guess maybe to prevent it from going wider.
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting. That tree does look cool, and it does in fact look exactly like the tree in this picture. Okay. Well, fuck me, I guess.
Problem solved.
Problem solved.
Then the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the 2 women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Oh wait, it looks like the pine tree here also has that little thing of bamboo wrapped around it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's to like shape the tree and make it like look like that.
Yeah, and make it grow all funny.
Yeah, like make it like a bonsai. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
You've added 5 onto that. How fast do you drink coffee, sir? Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed in such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Fuck.
You girls never lie. Ever.
This is true, actually. He's right. I can speak from experience. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the 2 women. Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. This looks weird. Oh, huh. I mean, it is possible.
What's possible?
What if the situation that happened in case 2 of Ace Attorney 2, the one that, you know, where that turned out to not be true, where Maya channeled the spirit and the spirit killed somebody. What if that's what happened here? Would... Because, like, obviously Maya channeling somebody else would obviously pass very convincingly as Maya, right?
Yeah.
And Pearl did say that I guess we don't have any pieces of evidence about this. But Pearl said that she couldn't reach Dahlia, right?
Yeah.
And the only way that could have happened is if somebody else was channeling her. Because Dahlia's definitely dead. Like, she was executed. This is confirmed by Edgeworth. Edgeworth wouldn't lie to us. There's probably no way that she could actually fake this, right? Right? I mean, her sister was in the police.
Her sister was dead by that point, though.
Yeah, but I mean, like, because her sister was in the police, she could have connections. But that seems unlikely. So okay. I would like to think that Edgeworth didn't give us false information. Though, then again, I guess he could have given us false information thinking that it was correct, as Edgeworth so often does. So, yes, Maya could have been channeling Dahlia, and that's who Iris could have seen. But then why would Elise be trying to kill Dahlia? That doesn't make sense, because if she kills Dahlia, then she kills Maya. Man, it sure sucks that we don't have Maya here as a witness, huh?
Yeah.
Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. You didn't see her write Maya's name? That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. That does, actually. Literally based on what Maya said.
Yeah.
Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah, that's very believable, actually, which means that it's bullshit. Okay. Oh, so on that orb, it could be Maya's blood. That's possible. That she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Wait, that doesn't seem right. She was stabbed in the back.
Yeah.
That was not right?
You have to do it in the next one. The issue is that she was stabbed when her back was to the wall. It's silly.
It should work on both.
It should, yeah.
Something about you... Oh, I misread that. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Phoenix, why did you have to say that? Because now you're just making me think things. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. Very convincing, Judge. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound to her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. You've got a front and a back. Get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff for people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There are certainly some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean? I like to think that Phoenix at this point is just thoroughly sick of Godot's shit.
Yeah. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light.
By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when acolytes at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
Huh? I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening. What a dumb pun.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, trite?
No! No, you're not right! You're saying nonsense! Order! Order! Order!
Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle a flame of truth in your mind. Are you okay? What was that groan for?
No, I'm just thinking. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern! There's something written on it! Did Godot not notice? Why? It's written in blood! Oh, boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood?
How the fuck did Godot not notice?
Do you remember Case 3?
Case 3?
With the apron with the ketchup stain on it?
Oh yeah, Godot couldn't see the blood on that either. Can he actually only see in red? And that's why he can't see blood on things? That would be very stupid if that's the case. Also, what importance would that have?
It's character, it's flavor. His vision's like Cyclops.
He probably has Geordie eyesight with no color. He literally has a virtual boy strapped onto his face.
All I can see is black and red.
It says Maya upside down. Yeah, that's parallels,
What?
huh? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
Oh, that does kind of contradict exactly what Godot just said, huh? That, like, at least didn't recognize her?
Yeah.
What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is clean as a whistle.
Could it be... he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. Oh yeah, this flashback. He still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then. Let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Trying to think. Oops. Fuck. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kurine tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. And even so, I never imagined that at least Onim was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. What does this first line say? After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Do we have a time of death? It's a bit... Oh, that's so fucking vague. Well... Oh, wait. So... No, she could have made it, right? Like, if she dragged her all the way across Dusky Bridge, that would take a while, right?
Maybe you should press some stuff.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one other thing that bothers me. Also, what the fuck does that mean? How is that relevant?
He just says things sometimes.
He just says things. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Oh yeah, that's true. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
What are you talking about?
I couldn't hear you for a second there.
Alright, so what are you talking about, Godot?
Yeah, like how does that make sense? Godot should know that doesn't make sense.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Godot should know that makes no sense, right? Because, like, there have been several bodies dumped in the Eagle River that have been completely unretrieved. Also, being in like a big, very active river, that would probably eliminate, you know, trace evidence. And he should know this because he was in the sidebar when Maya worked a very similar case.
Time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? We press on that one too.
Yeah. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the tracks, I guess? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow is still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. Wait. Oh. That's why there are still such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Okay, let me review. So, the bridge was on fire.
Yeah, the bridge did not exist.
The bridge was on fire and did not exist. This is very important.
Now you can go back and present that for the last one, I guess.
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But, does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. You. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay. What?
I think you gotta do it to the one I'm dragging across the bridge.
But this one was added to the testimony.
Yeah, but the important thing is the bridge didn't exist when you claim the murder took place, so...
You're right. You're right, though. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. Also, I imagine it being added to the testimony is more of a trigger, so this will work.
Yeah.
It's like a confirmation that we have pressed the correct thing to get the information that we need here.
Mm-hmm.
What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. But why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Why? It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No!
Don't you have Edgeworth there?
Yeah. Order! 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 The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
It's always frustrating when they say shit like this.
Yeah.
Because it's
Burden
like,
of proof.
it means everything, actually, because who the fuck knows how much of her testimony is actually fucking true? Like, if she's lying about this, then she's lying about other facts that she has stated, right? Squat!
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge is burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of the stone man was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
This is true.
Second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating the stone man's body.
This is also true. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. Stop. Okay. This is now the second time somebody has said that Iris is not herself. And that is super fucking suspicious in this kind of case involving who it involves and what it involves. Iris can't channel spirits.
No. At least that's what she's told you.
At least that's what she has told us. And considering that most of her testimony here has been lies so far, I don't know if I can really take that on faith anymore. Unless there is the alternative option that she is telling the truth and that she's just mistaken. But also, that would be kind of fucking wild. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this to the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down.
Yeah.
Somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of explanation for this little magic trick.
Oh, no. Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way to get across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
But it is factually disprovable. Ah! Like, the fact that I cannot provide a counter-argument for what actually happened doesn't mean that what she said suddenly becomes true. Like, if somebody says that the grass is blue, and I can't accurately, convince them why the grass is green, that doesn't make the grass blue. Godot? No, I was gonna say Godot operates on weird logic. This whole court operates on weird logic. Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no other way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
Your secret weapon.
Yeah, the thing that still makes no fucking sense to us. But I guess we'll
Horrible
explain it.
sketch.
We'll explain it along the way.
Horrible sketch. Absolute dog duty sketch.
Absolute dog shit. Just the absolute worst sketch ever. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Ridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken the morning of the after the incident.
The lightning blast? It's not what you call that. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Okay, so the suspension wires went under the bridge, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Right. I'm only going to say this one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Okay. So... the secret weapon is this. Can I look at that photo? How can we possibly explain that?
Explain what?
The idea that she may have flown over the bridge. Because, like,
Can you
if
look at the sketch again?
Wait. That's a different bridge.
What makes you say that?
The suspension wires are on top. Or... is it upside down?
You remember the CG that always showed Larry when he saw the incident?
No, I don't. Oh my god, he was looking at it upside down. But also, that just generally doesn't look like the bridge. Like, there's no, like, cross-sections like that. There's no triangle at all.
I think it's just like the ropes, kind of.
Yeah? So, the idea is not that she flew over the bridge, but that she went under the bridge.
Yeah.
But also, how would she have done that? That doesn't make much more sense, but sure. But sure.
Figure it out.
A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What?
Ah. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible at your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous!
Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donim. It's funny that Phoenix only gasses Larry up when he has to be a compelling witness. Brilliant.
Gifted.
Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. Yes, he did look at it upside down. What a fucking goof. Does he have stains on his pajamas?
That's just his normal clothes, his painting clothes.
Oh yeah, it's like yeah, you can see like the painting stain on his, I guess we can't see it here. And that's when he witnessed the event.
My concern is he's got oranges there. Those should be like frozen into blocks of ice left him out in the cold.
Yeah, wait, he has... Oh, I guess I can't look. Are you sure they're not oranges? And are you sure they're oranges and not like the rotten potatoes that he was talking about?
They look like oranges, like they had the little
That little
like stem at the top.
thing?
Yeah.
I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Ah.
Well, right. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down.
You're trying to do a turnabout.
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down? Why did Godot say that? All right, then. Let's hear the defense's theory. Is Godot helping? Was that intentional? What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Loristo Nim is... exactly what happened?
It's a contradiction.
Yeah, sure. That is a weird way to answer that. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loristo Nim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality?
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, try it. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It's the... Yeah, there you go.
Not the person flying weirdly. This is wire connected to the bridge. The wire.
Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
And show us what the reality is it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the ground wires.
What?
Order! 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 This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong?
Wait, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he lay down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. Oh yeah, those are definitely oranges. They could be persimmons.
Yeah, I guess so.
But
The soda cans are definitely frozen solid, though.
yes, absolutely.
Unless that's beer, in which case that's kind of sad, Larry.
Beer would probably freeze too. I don't think the alcohol content is high enough that it wouldn't.
Fair enough.
He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. Yeah, persimmons. They're a fruit. Right? They're a fruit. Yeah, they're a fruit. They're a very weird fruit.
Spelled like that.
I don't even know what I don't think I've ever eaten persimmon. Are they a citrus? What are they?
Maybe it's like a radish, kind of.
What? I don't think that's true. Radish can't be fruit.
Oh no, it is. It's part of the Diospirus tree.
Or genus.
Huh. They look like a cross between a tomato and an orange. They do, yeah. Wait, so they are a radish? Is that what you said?
No, I have no idea. They're part of the. They're part of a genus of fruits that's usually cultivated in Asia. So.
Morphologically, the fruit is in fact a berry. Like a tomato. So yeah, like the tomato, persimmons are not commonly considered to be berries. But morphologically, the fruit is a berry. They're very strange looking. No, but yeah, I don't think it's persimmon because the stem part has like typically has like little leaves coming out of it. Oh!
No
Yeah,
way.
Tomato's a berry.
That detail's lied to you your whole life.
Yeah. Well, also, yeah, because they're not a vegetable. Are berries a fruit? Or
Yeah,
are berries berries?
I consider like blueberries and grapes and whatever to be fruits.
Yeah, sure.
Like, what do you put in a fruit salad?
No, yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah, but you wouldn't put tomato in a fruit salad, would you?
No, but tomato's the exception to the rules.
You'd put whipped cream on a fruit salad. That doesn't make whipped cream a fruit.
On a fruit salad, not in a fruit salad.
You could put whipped cream in a fruit salad.
That'd be weird.
Then it'd be like kind of like a potato salad or like a egg salad.
It'd be like a mush.
Yeah. Louis Stoneham witnessed the event while he was laying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Thanks for the tip, Godot. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Louis Stoneham sketch is like this. Is salsa a smoothie? No.
This is mostly peppers, isn't it?
No, there's a lot of ketchup and there's a lot of ketchup. I just read Val say ketchup, and there's a lot of tomato in salsa. Onion.
Really, most of the salsa I have is like crushed peppers and stuff.
Like pepper based.
Yeah.
No, I think like conventionally a lot of salsa is made with tomato. Is ketchup a smoothie? Yes.
It's more of a paste. Smoothie needs like more thickness.
So the reason I consider salsa not a smoothie is because salsa is not homogeneous. It's not it's not all completely mixed in with each other, right? Whereas a smoothie, you would pop that shit in a blender until it's homogeneous and it's all one liquid.
Or the goopy.
All one thick goop. Ketchup is homogeneous, so I think it's a smoothie. Salsa is really just sauce in Spanish, so it can be whatever you want it to be. But salsa, I also wouldn't call salsa a sauce, would you?
Salsa is sauce, though.
Yeah, I know they call it sauce, but like my idea of sauce is like mustard. Those are condiments, aren't they?
Yeah.
What's a sauce? Like barbecue sauce. Barbecue sauce is mostly homogeneous, right?
I think so.
And like, I guess there is like, There's like chili sauce, which is not homogeneous. You get all the little like, I guess you get seeds in that. This is the salt. This is the salsa stream. Is mayonnaise a what? An interment? Mayonnaise an instrument. That's what you meant. That's a good reference, Sir Boyle. But salsa means sauce, and English speakers just decided it was its own thing. It's just a dip. Yeah, salsa's a dip. Why are we talking about food? I'm hungry. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. So fucking Iris swung across the bridge like fucking Spoderman?
Ridiculous.
Order! Order! Order!
All the things to say. A pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. I keep choking on air.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? The bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
No. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then... they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is... if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Alisto Nim's body. Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's really fucked up, actually. Oh my god! It just flung her. Is that why the... oh my god, is that why the orb is there?
Hmm.
Because there was simply no other way to move the body. But then Iris wouldn't have been able to get back across, right? Hey Charles, what's up? Oh, you know what? I just realized. Maybe I should take a drink of water. That might help the coughing. My throat being dry. Alright. Mr. Godot! It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. But doesn't this kind of prove that what Iris's testimony is plausible? It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question you need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum?
Okay, so my gut says orb, but also... autopsy report.
This is one of the cases where you can do multiple pieces of evidence.
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. I love that, actually. Were those the two things that I could have presented?
Yep.
Yes! Big brain, big tits. We got it.
Smart.
Big
Smart
smart. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Fuck yeah. That's so good. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the only one that it's the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. We fucking do it! This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. What was that? Is that a snap? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Oh. I see.
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter cast that you made, Trite.
I feel like every time he takes a sip of coffee, they make us wait longer, but like a fraction of a second.
But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
A criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you say. And naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
Yeah, this is true. An accomplice!
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body?
Did we see Iris?
You did see her.
Yeah, so she had to have been at the temple, right?
Yep.
Because if all of this transpired the way that we're theorizing now, we wouldn't have seen her at Hazakura Temple after the bridge burned down because there's no way to get across the bridge, right? But I guess this might still imply the existence of a accomplice. Just in this situation, what they're describing, Iris could be the accomplice, and the accomplice could be in the position that we're assuming Iris is in, right?
Yeah. What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Can we say that it was Iris?
Yeah.
Because it probably was, right?
Yeah.
And well, I guess the actual culprit was still at the inner shrine. I can't save right now. Fuck. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Oh, yeah. That's true. And Iris is the only one that has the key. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Right. We're even listening to the witness's testimony. On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after her mother-daughter blood bath.
I haven't
Blood
forgotten.
bath. Listen to my freaking tongue.
Blood bath. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Here we fucking go. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
Are you hitting the desk?
This makes me hit the desk. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is?
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. Oh my god, this is part of her revenge against Mia. Oh my fucking god. It's all coming together. I've connected the dots.
You connected them.
The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is Dusky Bridge photo. That's right. Morgan Faye's still alive. It's Dahlia Hawthorne.
Morgan Faye is long over this world, but she's still alive.
Yeah. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Ah, it's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yeah, this judge didn't preside over that case, right? It was the Canadian judge.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. Though I guess his brother might have told him about it, right?
I mean, the judge was not presided over the Phoenix Wright's trial. He just didn't preside over the one where Dahlia was first revealed to be a psychopath.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He did say some really creepy shit about Dahlia, didn't he? They both did. Runs in the family, I guess. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Is the cave super locked because Maya's not in there? And Maya not being in there would be really fucking suspicious? It says her execution was carried out last month.
Oh, what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
That's true. That's a very good point, Godot, actually. What? Order! 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 But wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurine channeling technique flows within that body. The Kurine channeling technique, Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. It's very good that he didn't name a specific spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was?
Actually... Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens.
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them.
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
You even know what you're saying, Trite. This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true you found a plan to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
Why is that clear? What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After reading Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne had been channeled. Would have been stranded at the inner temple to do the lightning strike.
Why? Why?
It was later the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yeah. Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision in the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. I don't know what relevance it has, though. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Ah. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous.
Yeah, probably.
Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Freaky Friday. Switch places! That... Pearl did say she fell asleep, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. So then... The Iris... Oh, God. This is so confusing. Okay, so... Pearl was at the Inner Temple. For sure. Pearl can channel Dahlia. She's the one that received the note in the first place. They were her
That
instructions.
she lost her powers because she couldn't channel her.
Oh, yeah. Maya would have no reason to channel her. And wouldn't know who that is. Or... And also, she's not the best at channeling spirits, right?
No, she's pretty good.
Did she get better over the course of the last 2 years?
She's trying to be a master, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Anyway, just keep going. You'll get it figured out. You're missing some critical information right now.
I imagine so. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any changes for chances for Iris to swap places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Once the bridge was fixed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she ran away!
Mm-hmm.
Was that part of the plan? That was probably part of the plan. No, that couldn't have been part of the plan. It was an earthquake. Earthquakes can't be part of the plan. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was Edgeworth. No wonder his profile's in here.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor.
I'm just on the gallery right now, just like burying his head in his hands.
It's just like, oh, God. I was hoping this wouldn't come up. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? By the way, I accidentally saw a sprite of Franziska. That's not the Franziska that we know.
Which one did you see?
But like a past Franziska?
Oh, yeah, that's from the flashback case of the first Investigations game.
It's so fucking cute.
As much as 13, she's a little riding crop.
She's so cute. She's so
just
good.
A bob cut and a little riding crop.
Yeah. Oh, I love Franziska.
I better getting convicted to death by a 13-year-old.
Oh, yeah, she was a prosecutor then, wasn't she?
Yep.
Oh my God. That's wild. We went to the Inner Temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind. Who is this? Oh, the bitch is back. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice!
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
There's Dahlia's theme. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired.
Ah. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Motherfucking ghost ethics. It has come back. Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Oh, fuck. That's a good cliffhanger.
It really is.
All right. It's time for a break then, which is good, because I really, really have to run to the bathroom. Oh my god, this is such a fucking good case. So excellent. It's everything.
I love this case.
It's everything coming together and wrapping up, and it's beautiful. It's amazing. Yeah. Anyway, we'll be back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. Let's carry on. I've refilled my water. I'm ready to go for as long as we need to.
Beautiful. We're starting trial segment 2 out of 3 now.
Oh.
All right, time to interrogate a ghost.
Oh my god, it picks right back up. There's no recess or anything, huh?
Yeah, it sure does.
Wow. Okay. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness, are we implying that there was a recess then?
I guess it's a very brief one.
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
A nasty smirk.
Mm-hmm. That's a villainous smirk. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. So... Maya's here, huh? The whole plan began with my death.
Well, her theme instead of the testimony theme is so creepy.
Yeah... A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Oh. Huh. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
We're learning this rule really late, aren't we? Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true?
You just gotta press everything here.
Yeah, she's not really giving us all that much information, huh?
Weezer dry.
Alright. Let's give her the old Phoenix special, shall we?
This next line is one of my favorite lines in the entire trilogy because of how blunt it is.
Okay. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Okay.
Just how matter of fact it is. Like, yeah, I was hanged.
How very Junko of you. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Of course she was. And nobody would be any the wiser that they would have anything to do with each other. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurine. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? So... does Morgan's plan involve her going to jail?
No, this is just her contingency. She's like Batman. She just has a million plans for everything.
God.
Like, it can't be over. So this was her life's obsession. She, like, from the minute she lost that spot, she just was working overtime, just trying to figure out how to get that power back.
What a woman. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? Wait. Didn't we hear it the other way around? That their father abandoned Morgan?
Yeah.
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. Yeah, no shit. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. Then the less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Faye. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Faye heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. God, she is super blunt, huh?
Yeah, she's just like, I'm dead. What are you freaking gonna do to me?
Yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Execute me?
Yeah.
Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Faye as well. How could anyone do that? God, Morgan fucking sucks.
Yeah. She's like the greater villain of this game, even though she doesn't ever physically appear.
These poor girls. Found family, right? God, it's gonna make me sad forever. So wait. Okay. So, okay. Oh. Okay. So Pearl is okay, right? We have Pearl. Pearl was there when Pearl was there when we eventually got across the bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess there could have no. Oh. It would also suck if Maya was the one channeling Dahlia at the time of the murder. Would that suck if it was more than Pearl? I don't know. I think it would suck equally, right? I almost think it would suck more if it was Pearl.
Well, luckily, Pearl said that she couldn't channel her, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. I keep forgetting that. So it couldn't have been Pearl then. So Pearl never channeled Dahlia. But she did fall asleep. And that makes me suspect she channeled somebody. That makes me think she channeled somebody.
She could just sleep. She's 9.
She could just sleep, I guess. But yeah, I guess she could have just slept. That's entirely possible. Most people sleep.
Most people need to do that.
Most people sleep.
Most people sleep. It's a very expensive habit that we have.
Yeah. But like, wouldn't it be weird if Mia wasn't involved at all? Like, nobody channeled Mia this entire time? Despite the fact that this is a case directly related to the Faye family and to Mia? So my thinking on this would be that while Maya was channeling Dahlia, Pearl may have channeled Mia? Hey, when Pearl channeled Mia in Ace Attorney 2, she didn't do it intentionally, right?
No, she did.
Did she?
Yeah.
that doesn't really change my opinion on that much at all, actually. I was thinking that it would, but it doesn't. But I guess Pearl might have mentioned... Would she have mentioned that she channeled Mia? But she did say that her powers are gone. So that would lead to me believing that she didn't channel anybody that night. But also... Also, ever since Mia said the line, "Think crazy," I have taken that forward into every case in this fucking game. Which is why I make these big logical leaps. So even though there's currently no sign that Mia was channeled by anybody, I can't imagine that she wasn't. Because Mia is so deeply involved in this whole thing.
Yeah, I'll say just keep pressing. You'll get the information you need soon enough.
Yeah, I'm just taking a second to, like, theorize. But also, me taking a second to theorize is making this take longer. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ugh.
Oh, the plan is to blame the crown on the younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hasakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hasakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Iris did say something similar, right? She didn't... Did she expand on that at all? I don't think she did.
No.
She just said that she betrayed Dahlia and didn't.
But remember, that was Dahlia that said that to you, though.
Yeah, that's fuck. Oh god, this is a really confusing case. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd! Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Ugh. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I have despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? He's not even fazed by that. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. Oh, I just had hiccups. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Present that piece of evidence, he says.
Yeah, what was her motive? Why did she want to kill Maya?
Mia. Is he counting profiles as evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Because that's worded in such a way that it would make me think it's, you know, in the evidence part of the court record. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. Is that why she killed Diego?
I think she killed Diego because Diego was onto her, right?
Yeah.
He was interrogating her about her role in the Terry Falls case.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Listen, look, I don't think the philosophy and the ethics of what she did is really what's in question here right now, Phoenix. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. Ugh. That night... I'm almost curious. They might not be able to do anything. Would spirits be able to do anything to her?
Oh, maybe Mia can give her a swirly in the afterlife.
Yeah. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So we have never met Iris.
No, you have.
Oh yeah, when she ran away. That what?
No,
wait,
the entire first day was just the Iris. You didn't meet Dahlia until they made the switch in the chamber.
So Dahlia is the one that gave us the hood?
No, you didn't meet Dahlia until the second day of investigation when Iris ran away during the earthquake.
Oh yeah, because then Dahlia went to the inner temple and Iris was still at Hazakura Temple.
Yeah.
So the Iris that we talked to there was Iris, while Dahlia was off at the inner temple. Right.
Yeah, but you only met Iris, or you only met Dahlia like the very end of the
Near the
investigation.
end, after the earthquake is when we met Dahlia. Have they asked who Dahlia is possessing? Strangely, it hasn't come up. Weirdly, it has not come up. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Onim who channeled her after all. Huh? Why? What? Huh? What? Huh? Why? What? For what reason? Huh?
Keep going.
The ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. Look at those jowls going. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. So that testimony was absolutely correct. Wait. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. Okay, but then what does that mean? I guess that would still be manslaughter, right?
Yeah.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? Temporarily. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? So Dahlia doesn't even know who she's possessing.
Nope.
But I mean, we can sort of make a guess, right? Like, we've seen Pearl. We saw Sister Bikini after the earthquake. Iris has no magical or spiritual channeling abilities. It can only be Maya, right?
Keep going.
Yeah. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
How did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. Hey, Cookie.
You're a ghost. You're one tough cookie.
Weird. That's odd. What a confluence of events. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
Trick lock stopped you. Huh?
I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Oh yeah, that goofy shit. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. Fucked up!
Yep.
I hope she's okay. So wait, then she was totally fucking bullshitting when she said that she couldn't open the locks.
Absolutely.
What a bitch! Fuck that lady. I guess it wouldn't really help her case much if we found Iris in there, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Yes. Misty Fay, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Oh.
Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Dahlia, you're making a pretty big leap in logic here. Whose body are you in right now? So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh. Stunned silence. Oh. Hello? Hello?
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
It's so freaking funny. He's got his own theme as a ringtone.
He literally uses his own theme as a ringtone, which, wait, how does that make sense in the, I'm not gonna worry about that.
Get out of here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No! No! Fuck. That also really sucks for Phoenix, huh?
Yeah.
This case is sad. It seems that this case has come to an end. Hold on. I just realized... So Dahlia's not dumb enough to not realize whose body she's probably in, right?
I don't know. She's kind of a bimbo.
But also, hold on. If she's found guilty of, if she's found guilty, would their solution be to execute her again? Which would then mean that Maya would definitely be dead?
Double death.
How the fuck do we rectify that? What do we do? What the fuck?
Keep pressing on.
They've got to leave this on a cliffhanger. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Yeah, whose body does she think she's inhabiting? Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Yeah, there aren't any other options.
Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yeah.
No matter how improbable it may seem.
Well, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? That is the one thing I think Godot has said that has actually made sense to Phoenix.
According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river.
She would have fallen onto the bedrock.
It must have been from the inner temple side or the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from. How do you not...
But that's impossible.
You literally fell from there. How do you not know that that's impossible? You know what? You're right. You're right, Mina. This Dahlia's fucking stupid.
And she's a good plotter, but she's very bad at lying. Every time she's actually taken the stand, her lies have fallen apart really quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
Well, what?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
It really does seem like Godot's on our side right now, huh? So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? I have this. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah!
Ah, so you finally figured it out.
You... No! Order! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body's at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Not only the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom.
Yeah, for so long.
There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Well, what?
Maya Faye's here.
You say she's here in my courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Ah. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
The ultimate gambit.
Holy shit! Did she just
You can't
assume...
kill me you can't kill me if you are me.
Oh my god. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No! Don't say that! Oh, she Oh, she losing it. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you! A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? No, okay, so here's the thing. This will really be undercutting Maya's growth if Mia was involved in this. And I'm going to be really, really disappointed if she is. Well... Oh... That's actually kind of disappointing. Because, like... You know, like, the end of Ace Attorney 2, it showed, like, Maya being capable of coming up with a plan to rescue herself, right? And, like, her being... Like, her showing that capability is, like, a lot of character growth for her.
But she did the same thing again, though.
But... No... Oh, I guess she called Mia then, too, didn't she?
Yeah. You still carried out the plan by yourself. She just needed a bit of advice.
Yeah. I'm still kind of disappointed.
Just keep going. You'll see that she took a lot of initiative here.
Yeah, okay. It's not over yet. Mia Fey!
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
This is fucking kangaroo court.
So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. There's something else.
But what are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya at the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey!
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
I'm sorry? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. Well, Maya's a bit tougher than that. She didn't get fucking kidnapped.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
You know what I will say? I guess, like... I am kind of frustrated by it, but, like... I guess it does kind of also show growth that Maya was willing to ask for help.
Yeah, and just that, like, that was, like, her... She took initiative right away. Like, she didn't stand around and, like, wait for something to happen. She immediately said, okay, what can I do about this to save myself?
Okay, I'm turning back around on it. She did that? I can't believe it!
Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was...
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Get on Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the secret cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else.
Yes.
By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
Ooh! Drag her! What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. I love how both of the serial killers in this series are both fuck-ups.
Yeah.
Like,
it's really hard
her
to
and
serial
Joe
kill
Dark.
people.
Yeah. As a result, you were sentenced to death. So Maya did kill Misty then, huh? Right? Your silence is weird. It's one stupid
Sorry, I was
move
drinking
after...
water.
Oh, okay. So Maya killed Misty, right?
I don't know.
I hate you. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You... wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
Mia's so cool. What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
Mia's fucking stone cold. Is she gonna fucking... She's gonna fucking break any second here. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from.
Oh.
For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything.
Holy shit.
And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You... Oh! You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh, she gon' fucking blow. Oh my gosh, she leaving! Oh my god, that's fucked up. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Holy shit! I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Oh. It's a fucking ghost! She's gonna fucking curse the courtroom? What is happening?
No,
What's
being
happening?
exercised.
Oh, she's being exorcised.
Goodbye, Dahlia.
Holy shit. Hey, Maya. Nick. Sis. Gonna fucking faint. Yep. Oh. This case is really fucking good.
It's so good. Oh, that's such a good breakdown.
She broke down so hard. Like, what? Like, what did they do? They just banished her back to the spirit realm. She got she got shipped to the shadow realm.
Based on the Magatama flames, I'm pretty sure that Mia was just like, "Be gone, thought."
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Uh-huh. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it?
The judge is going to draft a new law. It's like it's illegal to channel this person specifically.
About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. He literally just saw a ghost be exorcised in front of his eyes, Nick. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurian channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on this bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. Is that why he's kind of like a clueless idiot? Is it like a strategic idiocy? So he has to have things explained to him in these little mini worlds?
Obfuscating foolishness.
Oh my god, this judge is a genius. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection! Yeah, I fucking figured.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
It ain't over yet! What?
That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Are we still going to try Mia for Maya? Fuck, it's so confusing now. Are we gonna try Maya for that death?
Just as how Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit who's going to channel Dahlia. At least don't end, no. Misty Faye. But who killed her?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
It ain't over. It ain't over.
It ain't over yet.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
Oh yeah. Because Maya couldn't really have done it. Because Misty's back was to the... I guess it was dark. Now we have to actually... Oh, God. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
I like how she's calling him that.
Of course it's all right, Madame Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event who put the final dagger in this case.
So, someone who saw the murder took place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
We're gonna have Maya testify?
You know what? You remember earlier when I said that Maya was the final boss?
Maya is the final boss.
I wasn't joking.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she just been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Please don't use summoning. Maybe avoid that word for the time being, Judge. Once you receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by with a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
This is accurate. You've got some nerve.
But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
What? That's enough. The court is now in recess.
It's like 1v1 me, bro. No assists.
1v1 me. Final destination. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. Is it oh, it is a Charles stream day. I forgot. I need to remember to raid Charles after the stream. Val, remind me. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at this sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hasakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Did we not properly solve that? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Okay. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but... Bridge was on fire. The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. It's gonna be weird reading Dahlia's lines here, so I'm not going to, because it's literally the same voice. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Wait, how did Dahlia know about that? The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
Dahlia was dead at that point, remember? Like, quote-unquote dead.
Yeah, but Dahlia was using the dagger, right?
Yep.
Huh.
So someone stabbed Dahlia with the sword.
So somebody stabbed her with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
In the back, as we saw in that little CG. Huh. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Fae. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishido. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. That's the third time you've said this, Phoenix. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Yes?
Director's calling you. Wants to see you in his chambers. Ask some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
Yeah.
Same.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that out and answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. Okay, hey, let's take a sec. I mean, who is the person that she would want to cover for most, right? But Bikini was at Hazakura Temple.
Yeah, she was at the temple side.
Oh no. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing.
Oh wait, was that all Mia?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Uh,
The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you.
Are you gonna unpossess Pearl now? Because that seems like it'll be important.
The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Uh-oh. I don't like this one bit, Mina.
Who do you think did it?
I think Pearl did. But maybe
Think she
not.
stabbed her own aunt?
But maybe not Pearl. Maybe her being asleep actually did prove to be relevant. Fuck. This is actually getting, again, it's weirdly getting better, which is wild.
I know, it keeps ratcheting up.
Yeah, it's so good. It just continuing to get more and more interesting. But we should take a break. So we'll be back. And then I guess we're gonna finish this video game. That's exciting.
Yeah, we'll polish this trilogy off.
Alright, we'll be back.
Character don't want to represent your life. Start with anybody, so make your choice right. Select and make your first pick.
I'm back.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Welcome back.
Warfy is literally at the same point in the game that we are right now. And that's
Well,
very fun.
Let's see if we can beat him in the race.
Let's see if we can beat him. Warfy does take. I was about to say that Warfy takes a lot of time aside to like talk things through, but then I realized, yeah, same, I guess. Now, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about that.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to the time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Oh. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Maya's, probably. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Yes, if I beat Warfy, I get Australia. It's mine. I get the entire country. It's not a continent. Oceania?
Oceania.
Oceania is the continent, and it's more than just Australia. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Hey, Maya, you got changed, huh?
Let her wear her real clothes.
Yeah.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. Wait, she didn't say spirit medium.
Yeah.
Oh. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurine channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain of the Fae bloodline causes... the pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fae. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And... you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching this whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them.
No. She couldn't have.
Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony.
That's not how that works, Godot, but whatever.
On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness.
I think you meant like in
Please.
previous cases.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. That, I guess
Like,
that makes
you know
sense.
how this works type of thing.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Sad Maya portrait's gonna make me cry.
Aww.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Huh. Well, that's already weird. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
Definitely not. It seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Well, no, of course not. Okay. Does this seem slowed down?
The music?
Yeah.
It is, but I think it's only because this is the usual music. You're used to the faster paced version that was used for the last few testimonies.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
You should press for more info.
Yeah.
Everything you can.
Yeah. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So, what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. Oh, because you got bonked on the head, huh?
Yeah.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? Okay. So, yeah, just press everything. Yeah. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at the Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. Probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Phoenix, can we tone it down a little bit? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by a Listo named Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
You already
Okay.
pressed this one.
We already pressed that one, yeah. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear. I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like... What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming at too for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's why I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up to try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Well, that's not right.
That certainly is not right. A man? Who was this man? Oh, well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. It was lit? They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. What? So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was close. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. That's not right.
That sure isn't.
That's incorrect. Maya, you're lying to me. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. Maya's a bad liar.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim. Wait, but no, there couldn't have been a man there.
Why not?
Because the only people that were definitely there were Maya, Pearl, and... Dahlia in the body of Misty Faye.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. But those are the only... Nah, it can't possibly fucking be. But like... The only other man that we know that was at... But no, it can't be Larry, because he was on the other side of the bridge as it was burning, right?
I think you should turn your thinking around. Instead of thinking about who was there, think about who wasn't there.
Who wasn't there?
Because that's what Mia said earlier, right? Whoever
Okay.
did it was stranded over there, and they couldn't appear for the first day of the investigation.
We didn't see Godot at all during the second day of the investigation, did we? But, huh? What? How would Godot even know what was happening? But like, yeah, we definitely saw Larry on the second day of the investigation. We saw Dick. We were playing as Edgeworth. Godot is the only one that we didn't see. This is also assuming that Maya is telling the truth and that it was a man.
Yeah, so let's just keep going for now, then.
Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother? You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. But no! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this!
Add pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee, sir. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? What? What is that? Huh?
I guess like that's they shouldn't be allowed to poison the purity of coffee with with that much milk.
No, but I mean... But he said cafe au lait, like as in like a chip.
Maybe he means like a lay with someone, like sex.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, maybe.
Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon! I'm no spoony bird, I'll have you know. Wow! That's a fucking reference.
Vintage 1994 reference.
Holy shit!
You must have noticed it too, Tright. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Sure. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! So it's definitely a man then, is what we're establishing.
Mm-hmm.
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot.
Huh?
Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, Trey. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Okay, so who could Maya have seen in the darkness? His visor glows, right?
Yep, remember a recipe for turnabout? It?
Yeah, wasn't there like a power? There was like the power flickered or something, right?
Furio Tigre roared so loud that knocks all the lights out.
And we could see his visor in the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Ah.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Right.
Why would the lights slowly fade back in? That doesn't make
It's a dimmer
sense.
switch.
It's a dimmer switch, I guess. In a courtroom?
Yeah, they have mood lighting.
For really saucy trials.
It's because back in the 80s they had to do a lot of like evidence presented on like one of those heads up things.
Heads up things.
Like the
like a projector?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Why was he there? What? Huh? Pardon? Order! 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 Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Ah. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Really? So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man? Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Does it? Not? Alright, sure. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. We have to press everything.
So how are you feeling right now?
Confused, mostly. Why are you assuming that it was alone? So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Oh, she didn't even, like, answer that question, huh? How does she know they did it by themselves?
Who else could have done it? There was no one else there.
Pearl was there.
Did Pearl help clean up a murder?
Sure, why not? Again, think crazy. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Godot was awfully quiet. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Okay. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Okay. I think I'm starting to get it. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangle shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed out onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone... Wait, that doesn't help explain it at all.
I think you can go back and test the second one again now.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Yeah, okay. Connecting dots in my brain. I'm not going to voice anything yet, but I'm getting it. Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Again, I still think that could be Pearl. Because Pearl would do anything for Maya. Yes, I'm sure of it, but Pearl's not a man, as far as I'm aware, so... Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. They did it for your sake? Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been this prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurine killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle that. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? Okay, so can I present something here?
Yeah, so what's the contradiction here? If the killer wanted to clean up the scene to hide the evidence, why would they miss something big?
Like... the dagger... the talisman...
They're trying to protect Maya specifically.
Trying to protect Maya... oh. Well, but that... they didn't... what? I got it! Fuck! Yes! Yes. I got it. I figured it out. It's Godot! Because he couldn't see the blood on the pillar. So he didn't know to clean that off. And he cleaned up so much snow because he didn't know where the blood in the snow was. So he just did it in an area around the lantern just in case.
I can feel your fist popping from here.
But, like, he would have to notice blood on a dagger, right?
The dagger wasn't, it was hidden though, it was stuck in a tree.
Yeah, that's true.
Not even the police found that.
Yeah, so the lantern is what I should present here then.
Yeah.
Fucking figuring it out. I figured it out. Ugh. My brain is huge. The body of Elise Stonin was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh my god, Raven, you got so lucky with that quote. That was the perfect quote.
Oh, and what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Oh my god, Zarboil also got really lucky. Maya. Ah! If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Oh, you're right. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
If that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior?
Yes, I absolutely do.
Why would this killer remove the body and remove all the snow? Then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
You're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. You should read this one.
My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. And I think we can skip this one. This one was pretty decent. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. Yeah, we brought that up too. I do like the implication that nobody like logged the bloodstain in evidence, so Godot would know it's there.
No one told him.
No one
They just
told him.
assumed he knew. Like, yeah, you'd have to be blind to miss that. He just glares at them.
Yeah. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
Second, the stream's catching up. Okay, there we go. Ha! It's strange. In any black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on this red writing on this lantern?
Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
Because you wouldn't be able to see it?
Yeah.
We didn't tell Godot about the bloodstain as a joke. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. I love that the bitrate is dying again. Thanks, Shaw. Worst ISP in... Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ah. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How's a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written on there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trey.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ugh! Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. Sneeped. And
Sneeped.
so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so we've removed the whole area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again the trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Hey, Maya. Well, wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't even show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I made it look like... Ah!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I'd say we should not silence her.
Nicely done, Trite.
Oh yeah, does this mean that Godot can't see Santa? Godot can see Santa when he's not white. Godot can only see black Santa. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. But the next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections, of course.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Okay. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. We have to press everything again.
Yeah, maybe you should start with the Pearly one, though.
You think?
That one seems like the most suspicious to me, because Pearl never mentioned meeting to us.
Oh yeah, that's true. So, where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that she can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donim. Okay, yeah, you know, you're right. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ah, cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. I like that. So you cheered Pearls up?
When I found the little girl, first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down, and she was huddled up in that tiny little shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
But Pearlie...
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the Inner Temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup.
You gave her a cup of coffee?
With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
Well, what a sweet story. You had a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Lee Stonim.
Wait, let me ask the other question on that branch.
No, yeah, but we should do that as well. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh, you just fucked yourself, Mr. Godot. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Yeah, this is what we just read. So should I present it there?
I think percent on the... Keep going. That one.
Yes. That makes sense. Mr. Godot, the first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But... Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Unless he just knows the icon of the Master of Kurine. Well, wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the Master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Did we do it? Question mark?
Ask you just one little thing, Trite.
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? This is a bluff and a half if I've ever seen it.
Well, what was the plan?
Plan was the burnt letter.
Look at the description of it.
Opened once before. Is that it? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
You still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit when he learned of the hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? That girl looked nothing but a stranger to me. I got no reason to go through that kind of trouble for Protector. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
We didn't get a profile on him, huh? The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You've figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, right. I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Oh my god, was Edgeworth pretending to be a defense attorney like a little teaser? It was like a little teaser about what's to come.
Last time someone called me by that name, it was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Oh. This is new.
This is a flashback.
Was it a flashback?
Yeah, this is him what he says the line.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah.
I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, the pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually call it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open to the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news is waiting for me.
Yeah.
Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The one who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the same way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. You let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crying Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was just determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in a perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit her plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. If Burroughs had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day after the plan was drawing near, I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris had contacted her at Temple, and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. It was to take the fall on my back in case he couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Official, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurine had great authority.
Even without her official position, Missy Fey still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
You never forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong her resolve was to protect you? Look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother? Oh, this is kind of less sad, actually.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Was I voicing her? Oh no, wait, this flashback.
Yeah. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
Now that makes sense. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
Master of Kurai and Misty Fay's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fay. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case we needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Kato.
Anyway. That's all we would admit to, right?
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fay, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Well, try. You're the real deal. And finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't! Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crimes. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fay, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream, but after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Huh. The lights went out? Oh, Godot's lights. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fay? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Alright. So she's telling me the truth. I'm gonna press everything. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Okay. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed with a real murder weapon. What happened after that?
Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Okay. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off.
Maybe the batteries ran out, right?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then?
Does the judge think that Godot's mask is made of light brights?
What?
Does the judge think that Godot's mask is made of light brights?
Oh my god, he must. Yeah, little pinhead lights. Oh. I would love it if Godot's mask was made of light brights. That'd be fun.
This is the first time anyone's talked about light brights in like 20 years.
Yeah, same. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. It was a man's voice. What? Oh, is this implying that Godot was injured? So then, that scream came from the killer. That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still gotta wonder. I still kinda wonder. There's a contradiction. Is there? Oh yeah, what about this?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. I love that he's self-aware, at least. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
The dagger. Wow, bitrate is really shit in the bed now. Cool. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the scene of the crime, stuck into a pine tree.
Yeah, the detective found it this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Just that it was screamed doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trite.
Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that was the killer.
Uh-huh.
Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found in the morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought the dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes! What does that prove? Hold on, I want to see if, like, maybe changing the bitrate on the Discord stream might maybe help. But that... Is that audio bitrate? I don't know. Try putting it down here. That might be audio bitrate, though. I hope not.
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed off the blade off and planted another person's blood on it.
That's... It can't be!
In any case, there's only one thing that I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your But wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ugh! Order in the court. What the witness says is... Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Ugh. Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Ah!
Ha. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Ugh.
Right now, give me a favor here. Give me a favor here. She would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here?
Come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've already accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Do we? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
Ah, that's good. Fire to the bitter end, Trite.
Here's where the hype music comes in again.
Yeah, it was in the first game.
Oh, it's so good.
This is like the Ace Attorney equivalent of the original OP playing over the last battle.
This is like, fuck it, it's like, Row Fight the Power playing in Gurren Lagann.
Yeah.
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited
Oh,
penalty?
shit! Hey, how about we just, Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided that it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden! This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what we've got. Where's this location where you said the killer hid his wound?
Okay. It's under his visor.
Yeah.
So should I present Godot's profile?
Yep, do it. Finish it. The final objection.
Ha. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. But I do know that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite?
Oh!
What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh shit. Oh, that kicks so much ass. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Holy shit. Mia is Phoenix's stand. Why did it fucking explode?
It smokes when he's frustrated, so he's done.
It's over. It's just gonna fall off, isn't it? No?
Just now. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding a bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, You let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive is me.
Yeah. You, yourself?
I was the one who failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But, you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? I really wanted to save you. There's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But if I didn't do it, I tried to get the help of Iris from your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, I saw her silhouette. Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me.
Huh?
It could have been Misty Fang, or even the little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated with a pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Indeed, you picked up where she left off, a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
This is actually making me emotional. This is really good. Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Ah. What?
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Oh. Fuck, that's so good. It all comes back around.
Yeah, it's such a good capper for the trilogy.
God, that's so good. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. I completely forgot about her.
She was just sitting in the defendant's box like that monkey puppet, just kind of like side-eyeing everything that happened.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. What? I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. Are we not going to address the fact that Phoenix had to get that out of him at some point? No? Alright. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
I think it was empty. It didn't have any poison in it because Terry drank the poison.
But I mean, it was made of glass. He ate glass.
So he just had some Grossberg-style hemorrhoids for a while.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met What the fuck?
Remember at the end of the very first case when Phoenix said she was like a completely different person in there. There must be something weird going on.
He was right. He believed in her until the very end. And he was right.
Mm-hmm.
We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Wow. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for it. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Oh, I'm actually gonna cry. That's really good. Thank you. That's so good.
It's so good.
Phoenix is so good.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, from here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright.
This is weird. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule the murder of the victim, Elise Donim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Court is now adjourned. Oh my god, it's actually ending. Oh, so does this? So Godot is guilty then. So he has to have his own. He has to have his own trial later.
If he lives that long.
What do you mean? Wait,
He
what?
stabbed him in the face.
Oh, that's true, I guess. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course. Oh, that's Mia, not Maya.
Of course justice was served.
Still creepy, Mia. I'm sorry. Still creepy. Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando.
It sucks. This is the last time we see her in the entire series.
No! Fuck off. We see her in creepy mode? That sucks. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You saved his soul. You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia?
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
That's really funny after what you just told me. Hey, Ace Attorney 7, maybe. Who knows?
Hopefully.
I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Why do I get the feeling that Maya's gonna make me cry? Because she is? Because she simply is, and that's gonna happen, and that's just a fact? Alright, I got a brace. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. Oh, I'm gonna cry! but, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris, too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Franziska!
Still as soft as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright.
All the warriors. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick?
But he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. She doesn't even know her name. Who dis? Ugh. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No, oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Yes, indeed, I certainly can't say they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too?
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
Yeah, I totally ship them. Absolutely, I do. So then you'll do it like you promised? You're going to model for my next... Ow!
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting a pro is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah, he literally thought that to himself, verbatim. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. It's not related to us at all or anything, though.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow!
Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for?
Pearl?
Yeah. Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, I'm actually just remembering the line that, like, accompanied the CG, and I'm getting choked up again.
Oh.
Fuck. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
It's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey, so this is where y'all were. Wow, looks like we ow! What was that for, sir?
I'm sorry it was that scruffy. My VIP just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Fuck. Oh, yeah, he said he was gonna buy us dinner, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't say he would buy us in. He just said that we would go to that place.
Yeah.
Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Oh, he did say dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at first class French restaurant tonight. Ah!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That bit was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first class French restaurant. You don't mean... Oh, fuck. Très bien, where else? I knew it, we're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet you just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Wow, she went far.
Remember this little girl who ran from
That's
Korean
true.
village to the courthouse in one morning?
That's true. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
Oh, what's this? You're all back again so soon.
Sister Bikini?
I thought we would eat mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah! Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah! Oh my god, did Pearly fix it? Someone clean it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! But Pearly, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, poor Pearl. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone, but... How do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. Okay, I can do this. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You surely are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini!
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
Oh my god, I have to do her voice. I didn't expect that I would do her voice again.
Yeah.
After dishonoring the good name of Kurine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman! The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's...
A photo? Ah! Mother. I'm gonna fucking cry, dude. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Oh my god, did fucking Maya break the vase too?
I think Mia did.
Oh, Mia did?
She's the one who's repairing it.
I guess so, yeah. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare your reservations for the three of you when you come back. Whoa.
Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps, too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Oh, it's over.
It's over.
We did it. We fucking finished the first trilogy.
There's a little vignettes, though. I gotta voice them.
Yeah, no, we don't voice them because they go too fast. We just read them. The only time we could have voiced them was when we were doing the video, remember? Because we could actually pause and read them.
That's true.
That was a fucking good game.
It's so good. It's one of my favorite games of all time ever.
Yeah, I think it's up there for me now. Like, Bridge to the Turnabout is so fucking good. I mean, like, the rest of the game is obviously good. Like, I don't think there is a single bad case amongst them.
Yeah, they're all varying degrees of very good.
Also, like, them making this one like the most serialized of the games, very good idea. Like giving it a larger overarching plot. What? That doesn't look right. I don't like that. I hate that actually. Are they dating now?
Yeah.
Aw. No, yeah, like them doing an overarching plot really, really, really helped pull this game together, you know?
In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Please don't poop yourself, Dick.
Don't poop yourself. Hey, Adrian. Oh my god, I just remembered who we're probably gonna see in this. Wait, what? Are her and Franziska hanging out?
Yeah, because Francisca said that she would be your new role model after her last game, remember?
Oh yeah. Hey Ron. I still can't get over the fact that his name is fucking Ron.
Yeah.
Yay! God, I love her. That was such a good case too. God, yeah, all of them were really good. Honestly, I think Recipe for a Turnabout is like the weakest in the game. But
It's still so good.
But that's not fair. Because like every other case is so fucking good, right?
Yeah.
I mean mostly I think it's the weakest because it has like nothing to do with anything, right? Like
it does a very important job of establishing that Godot can't see red.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
And I think that without that case, Godot and Phoenix's relationship wouldn't be nearly as developed either.
I mean, yeah, but like that's. I mean, when I say that it's a filler case, it sounds like derogatory. But sometimes you need filler to really expand and explore character relationships, you know?
Yeah.
So Recipe for a Turnabout being a filler case is fine because it got the chance to like develop the dynamic between the characters.
Mm-hmm.
But in so doing, and it having like the least to do with the overarching plot, it makes it the weakest of the four. But still very good. Because it also had MILF Miku.
Yeah. Adamada.
Adamada. Wait, yeah, so like she just hires people who sound like palindromes?
Yeah, he hires people whose names were palindromes. This is the only reason she hires them.
That's silly. Yeah, I'm really glad I played through this trilogy. These games are really, really good.
They sure are.
And we're gonna have another whole second trilogy to go through.
Exactly.
Oh my god. I think we need to take a longer break in between those ones though.
Oh, absolutely. I would gotta let that simmer for a while.
Yeah. Except I think I'm gonna do 2 games in between this and Apollo Justice rather than the 1 game that I would usually do.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, but also, I'm really excited to play through those games too. But I'll have to let that excitement simmer and develop. Groman? Did they do these before and I just didn't notice?
No, this is the first time.
This is the first time they did the voice credits. Even though there's not much, in the way of voice, but... I don't know if I have a favorite character in this entire trilogy. I mean, no, I do, obviously. I do.
It's Maya.
Yeah, it's Maya. Yeah. I mean, it has to be, right? Yeah. Yeah, this trilogy was worth it just for Maya. Also, Franziska. I like Franziska a lot. Wait! Isn't that...
Yeah, the localization director.
Yeah, she...
Yeah, every single
Franziska?
voice... Every single voice is by one of the writing team.
Really?
Yeah, because they just needed to go like 1 line from each of them, right?
Oh, that's super cool. Oh, God. Oh, God. I forgot that she was in this... She wasn't in this game.
No, she wasn't.
She was just referenced.
Yeah.
Wait, it's like she's never been here before. Oh my god, she's just going, huh?
She's just going.
Was she like a fan favorite character or something? Why would they give her an extended dialogue?
The devs liked her a lot. They wanted to include her in the game, like as a witness in the second case, but they ran out of memory, so they couldn't do it.
That's fair. That makes sense. So is Larry actually going to become an artist?
Yep, that's what he does.
It's not a very nice description of artists there, Larry.
Mikami. Thank you both.
Wait. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Don't worry, she comes back in. Old bag comes back again? Oh, wait. Wait, did Larry do these?
Yep.
What?
And that top one's kind of confirmation that Godot doesn't make it.
Oh. That sucks. I liked him. I actually liked him a lot as a character.
Yeah.
A lawyer only cries once it's all over. Haven't I cried at all throughout? Oh no, I definitely cried at the end of Ace Attorney 2, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I cried a lot at the end of Ace Attorney 2. It's so sad, actually. I'm sad now. It's over.
It's over. And there's only one way to celebrate it being over.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh no, that's not what I was thinking.
He twists his whiskers into
I was
knots
thinking
as
I
he
would go to the
speaks,
Blue Badger screen,
making a
but you had a
tangled mess
way
of his
more chaotic
glorious
idea
beard.
in mind. Oh yeah, I should. You know what? I'm actually gonna
Don't
open
know about
Twitch in my
multitudes.
browser so I can actually
just-
see Charles' stream
I
when
just
I
want
raid.
good things for people, you know?
Y'all stick around.
Don't see much
y'all
good
hang out.
anymore.
We're gonna
Some
be
will.
sitting here for a hot
Mostly
second.
in
Assuming Charles is still streaming.
you. Didn't always seem right.
Oh
I watched you back in
no.
Fort Joy and felt that. I shook it off. I'm a free man now.
What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? Have you no tact? This finally gives me time to. No, I'm not gonna be right now. Charles Robin Jr. without an underscore, right? Yeah.
When you're a bastard,
Y'all, if you keep going with this, I'm never gonna get to raid Charles. Actually, no, I guess I can do it right now. Let it tight. No, not that one. I have one more of these to do.
silently, then thrusts his lips against yours. Suddenly, you were
These
at
are
sea,
still going.
All right.
lost in that sumptuous
Well-
boat
Hey,
and
hey, we'll be
welcomed
back.
to
Hey,
the
wait.
rhythm of the waves.
Thank you, Mina, for joining me. I love you.
It has
This was
truly been an
great.
honor.
Pulls you back.
Hey,
Your entire
we are
being is whiskers
actually
and
going to be back
heat.
tomorrow. We're playing Dead by Daylight
Explodes
tomorrow,
with
so
his hands
you'll
inside
see
a series
Mina.
of shakes
You'll see
and
me. You'll see
shudders.
probably Charles. I don't think Charles.
Are
is
you
around.
PTB tomorrow?
out for Reaper's Coast.
No, PTB's not up anymore.
He leans forward.
Oh,
for another
dang.
peck.
Okay.
Yeah, it's sad.
It wasn't this.
All right. Oh, I just hit the raid button because I'm a goober. Whatever. Whatever. Stream's over.
Oh, that was nice. That was fun.